I tried to just go to the thumbnail that was there, but it didn't automatically update. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But um, whoever's here, I appreciate you guys. At whatever time you're taking out of the day, I appreciate you guys for joining me here today. Make sure the audio is okay. I think we're good. There we go. Good morning from Lakeland, Florida. Good morning to you too as well, Kevin. Thank you for watching. How are your investments going? I know I haven't been live in a little bit. I also didn't upload. Well, I did upload yesterday, but I didn't upload like I believe the day before that and the day before that. So very spotty on things. The kids go back to school today, so things should be a lot different when it comes to live streams. The issue that we're gonna have, I would believe, is I still have to get them ready for school. So there's that. But I want to live stream a lot longer, right? I want to make sure I do a live stream until about 10 o'clock, um, kind of every day. That would be great. But it all depends on what I have going on in the day. So, again, good morning to everybody. Make sure you guys hit that like button as soon as you get in here. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. You check out my link in the chat for BTCC, which is a great platform where you can get a 10% deposit bonus. You can leverage trade up to a 500x leverage. You can get extra bonuses and you can get 40% lower trading fees. So feel free to check out that link in the chat if you guys want to get started. And they're still doing a giveaway, right? They're doing a $500 giveaway, $250 to two people, which is run from the 20th to the 27th. And typically during that time, there may be, I don't know, 10, 20 people that sign up, meaning you could be one or two of 20 people that get a free $250. So feel free to sign up for BTCC if you guys are interested. Good morning. Good morning, Eric. Why you get worn out? I ain't see you in a while. I haven't gotten worn out. Um, there's a lot of family stuff during the summer. I'm the one that is primarily home because of, what I do and, where I work. So if I'm working from home, if I'm using my quote unquote office down here to make videos and to go through trades and to do one-on-ones and stuff like that. Um, I'm primarily the person that would stay home, with at least Harper during the summer, right? One of my children. Now, next summer, it's going to be both of them because they're not going to daycare. So um, it'll be a little bit more difficult, but still sort of the same. But the point is that I don't really have a ton of time because most of my time is being spent with the family, with the kids. But it's not really about getting worn out. I like live streaming, and I would continue to live stream honestly as much as I can. I used to do it for 3 to 5 hours every day, and I want to get back to that, especially while the kids are in school. I want to make sure that I get to doing that and talking about not only cryptocurrency but also getting into stocks and stuff. So I want to do that. I also want to save some live trading that I have for kids. All I need to know. Well, yeah. I also wanted to save some of my like trading and stuff, my day trading and swing trading and stuff that I do on BTCC. I wanted to save that for maybe a Patreon live stream as well. So if you guys want to sign up for Patreon, I'll do those as free live stream setups. If you guys are interested in that, and we can always do some actual like live trading and setups for me, what I see within it. Because I did a trade. What was it? Friday? No, it wasn't Friday. It might have either been Thursday or Friday. I did some trades on Thursday or Friday before we get into today and what we're talking about. Um, I did a couple of trades. I did a trade, a long-term trade. Most of them have been set up as long-term trades, and I think that's something that you want to establish. And when I say long-term trades in um, the crypto market, when I say long-term trades in the leverage market, right, it's it's all about finding something that you can hold for more than, let's say, a month, right? Something that will grow as time goes on, or even hold during the season, but not hold after the season. Does that make sense? Um, Especially with leverage trading. So I did a 2x leverage for H bar at that time. But yeah, we'll definitely figure all of this out, and we'll do a lot better when it comes to live streaming and all that. um that's the real wealth, man. Yeah, I mean, that's my idea of wealth. And I know some other people will say I want as much money as possible. I'm not that type of person. I don't want as much money as possible. I want enough money that's going to be able to support my family for years and decades, honestly, to come. Right? When they say that, money makes money, that's true, right? I never understood that when I was in high school. When I was making money in high school, I was always trying to work and do something with that, but my money would be gone fairly quickly, and that's because the way that I grew up, it was um, you spend your money on the things that you want and need, and then you make more money, and then you constantly chase that money. When in reality, if you're chasing that money, what are you chasing that money for, right? I'm chasing that money so that my money can make me money, and I never understood that in um, high school, even in college until I got probably close to out of college, right? Out of my first 2 years. Um, and then I started to understand that money makes money, whether it's consistently or whether you're doing it an inconsistent method. And the real wealth to me is being able to establish myself as um, a parent that's always there, right? You need me, I'm right there, right? Um, I never had parents to be there 100% of the time. Like they were always working or trying to do something to sustain a house of multiple children. Um, so just being there and helping Harper Hayden play basketball, be there for drop off at school, pick up for the school bus, all of these things, right? I just want to be there. You know, these are the most important times. Eventually, the kids are going to get older, and they're kind of gonna not want anything to do with you for at least a few years until they get to maybe their 20s. So, because they'll go off on their own way and be too cool for school and whatnot. And it's all right. We'll be there, but we want to make sure we're here for these moments when they actually say 100% of the time, I love you, right? That's what we're here for. So um, that's the real wealth. You're right. It's 2 a.m. ish here. Unc, what's up? Nothing's going on right now. I mean, the markets are not really looking fantastic, right? The markets currently are sitting down 3.1%. And we're looking at a $3.8 trillion market cap. Um, Bitcoin is down by about 3%. Ethereum's down by 4% here today. XRP is down by about 3% as well. BNB 1%. Solana 4.6%. Tron is down by 3.7%. Dogecoin about 5%. Cardano about 4%. Chainlink 2%. We do see Hype is up by 2%, 4% for the last 7 days. Stellar is down by 4%. SUI is down by 5%. Bitcoin Cash down by 4 or 5%. Avalanche down by 5%. HBAR down by 4%. Some notables that are dropping the most. You have Pendle that's down by 8.7%. OKB is down to $181 at 8.6%. I think that's a good price, and I think if it continues to come down, I'm ready to purchase more. Would love to see that. However, I think my purchase price is way lower than where this is because I bought at $95, right? Um, so currently being at 180, that's literally double what I bought at, where my cost basis is. So I'll probably sit on the sidelines with my OKB until, we either see it explode or we see it come back, kind of fully. Mantle down by 8%. Pudgy Penguins 8% as well. Athena 8%. Morpho is 7.5%, and so on and so forth. Let's look at some other things. I want to look at the top. That's not giving me the top 500. Let me go here. Let me look at the top. Let me see if I can put in, because the filters used to be easier. They must have changed some things. It used to be easier to do by, show 100. I want to show 500 because I don't only like looking at the top 100 there. You have Bio that's up by 18 or down by 18%. Kita is down by 14%. Wild 14%. 12.5% for Nobody Sausage, whatever that is. Block is 12%. Let's see, anything else notable? You got Yeezy Money that's down by 9.9%. What was the market cap the last time we looked at it? I believe the last time we looked at it, it was a higher market cap, or was it a lower market cap? Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they add any supply recently? Because I know they have 30% there. I thought it was higher. So the last 7 days, and we saw this at $2.95, and I think it was pushing down, pulled down to 60. I just want to see kind of all that supply there, and then potentially could end up making a move into a play like I just want to see all of the supply released. I don't want any dilution, and not saying that I want to throw all my money in there. I like meme coins. I did make an investment recently that I will talk about on Patreon, but I'm not going to talk about here today. It's another meme coin, and just kind of doubling down on a play that I already had. But yeah, not much is going on in the positive realm of things, right? It's a lot of things are dropping quite a bit, but that could be an opportunity for some people, right? If you see it drop enough, if you see it react enough, you could have some leverage trades that you put through. You could trade outright. You can buy something at a lower price. I believe Ethereum was just at like its all-time high, if not created a new all-time. Yeah. So new all-time high was about 14 hours ago, $4,953.73. We tend to see a reaction off of those all-time highs. The only ones we don't really see a major negative reaction or a reversal, honestly, is Bitcoin. We see Bitcoin pass its all-time high and everything else starts to explode. And we're talking about everything's pushing up, which is crazy. But yeah. But Ethereum hitting $4,953.73 is great. It should push way past that, not just to the $4,000 or $5,000 mark. I just feel like 5,000 is a significant point. Once we see like true altcoin season that's taking place, we'll see, Ethereum pick up even further than that, and a lot of other things pick up further than that. Again, the dominance is what I want to kind of focus on. Currently, the dominance is sitting at 57.5% for Bitcoin. While that is still high, it's still way lower than the 60% that it, was at, or 62, 63% that it was at. Ethereum dominance is at 14.4%, of the entire market. So that's fantastic. Make sure you guys hit the like button as soon as you get in here. It does help out. If you guys are new here, hit that subscribe button as well. Let's go ahead and put through a poll. Did like button yet? All right, so we put through a poll. Make sure you answer the poll. Let me know if you hit that like button. Do you expect any massive pump after rate cuts in September? I mean, yeah. I mean, I would hope so, because we haven't seen rate cuts in a little bit, right? We haven't seen them actually cut rates. They've been holding steady, from what I understand. But yeah, I mean, I expect a positive reaction. But then again, you can have any type of major reaction off of any news. We've seen the most positive news possible, and I would say to give you an example of that, Ethereum, launching ETFs, actually having them go live, and then all of a sudden Ethereum collapses down to some lows that we haven't seen in a very long time, like that type of stuff, right? Where you have a major positive thing that happened, but something overly negative in the market, just kind of spews negativity, and you see the market react. So I would expect it to, but it's all about how people react, right? How do I believe people are going to react? And honestly, I don't know. I would think positive, but you could be wrong with those, especially if you know that that's coming and it gets priced in to where that is. So it's kind of like a buy the rumor, sell the news type of stuff. So uh, about Notcoin, please. I don't know. I don't think I've ever researched or looked into. I mean, I've seen it, but I haven't ever looked into it. My Achilles hurts. I wanted to go for like a run today. My Achilles is killing me. Don't know why. Kind of. I mean, I played basketball, but you know, it's just like painful. So Notcoin is at $183 million market cap. Virtually all the supplies out there, $45 million worth of volume. Um, let's see, different places as available: Crypto.com, MEXC, Binance. Not available in Coinbase yet, but it does have an S tier exchange and it has 114 other places. I feel like this is not a bad. Well, first I need to know what it is. Is it a meme coin? Not coin is your typical. Isn't your typical coin. It is not your typical game either. No white paper, no roadmap. Um, why why need one when you're sparking a revolution? Notcoin proves a simple truth. Believers drive real value. No amount of marketing millions, investors, or partners can match that. So is it a meme coin? I would imagine so. It seems like it. I haven't actually jumped into what this is all about. So let me go over to CoinMarketCap. Let me go over to. I'm looking for memes. Let me see if I scroll down to about 100. Yeah, Notcoin is listed as a meme coin. So for a meme coin, it seems like it's getting an interesting amount of volume. I mean, it does have Binance, it does have Crypto.com and others that are there. So, and with all of the supply that's out there, with having a max supply and being close to that max supply, um, that gives you or affords you the opportunity to have something that has no dilution within it. If we look at, let's say, all history, we've seen this at a higher market cap of about $2 billion. Again, currently sitting at a $184 million market cap. You could potentially see that happen again. I'm saying could because it is a meme coin project that has consistently dropped down in the market cap. We would like to see more positivity. Um, but this is from 2024 all the way until today. You would hope to see some sort of major positivity, especially around, I believe it was March. Was it March of 2025? So yeah, I mean, this might open the door for a potential, especially at 200 million, a potential 10x up to those points, as well as maybe even a little bit more than that, if you have the opportunity to get it. So that's what I would see within it. And I still see opportunity. It's just, um, do you see something that has a better chance of getting to that 10x or 5x, right? Giving you more of a, not saying it's not believable, but giving you more of a believable opportunity to see your money rise, right? If you were comparing it to something that has utility versus this, right? You're not looking at something that can um, that will 100% give you those gains, right? But Community sentiment says otherwise. Volume says otherwise. So that's totally up to you to take that risk, right? I have a few risky plays that don't really show the absolute best guaranteed opportunity, or even close to it. But it's my risk that I want to take within it. So if you're looking to do that, you could possibly do that with Notcoin as well. Trump hasn't talked about his coin lately. I just bought a big bag because I figured he will shill it again soon. I'm sure, if it's his, he'll talk about it, and even just mention it in the slight bit. Um, you'll see it really move. I don't know what market cap his coin is at, but we'll have to take a look at that. Let's go back here. Let's go back to meme coins. His market cap it's like one of the highest, right? It's sitting at a $1.6 billion market cap. Yeah, remember, there's dilution within this too. So even if he does talk about it, and you have 20% of the supply that's out there. That's something that always bothers me. I really want all of the supply to be out there, but the value that people get out of meme coins a lot of times is to sell more meme coins to other people. You think about a business, right? If they're a publicly traded company, they get value out of selling stocks, right? To having an opportunity to put more out there, meaning that whatever the amount is, they can get that in the shares that they have or the coins that they have. So I'm not really sold on that meme coin project just because of that, right? I'd rather buy into Bonk or buy into even Shiba Inu, right? Dogecoin really even scares me too because of the unlimited supply that it has, right? So I always want no dilution. That's why when I looked at Yeezy money, right, and seeing that only 30% of the supply is out there, that's something that doesn't fully sit well with me. Notcoin, basically 97% of the supply. Boom, which is something that I have, you have the max supply that's there, right? So that's what I'm looking for, especially in a meme coin, because it's more short term. Meme coins are definitely more short term than a lot of those utility projects, and if they are, that means that you need to find something that is not going to be diluted on you in the short term. Wishbone Gold. I don't know what that is. One time, I'll help you guys. GG. I wish rate cuts actually affected home buyers and not only banks. I mean, eventually it does affect home buyers, right? Um, if you're looking at rate cuts there, you get those rate cuts kind of trickle down effect to you, typically. Now, is it always to the max level and what you can expect? Like I'm cutting these rates down to uh, small percentages. You should expect that. No, that's not really the case. But you should expect some sort of trickle down effect to you. Let's go. Good morning. Good morning to you as well, Pope DJ. I hope Lunic pops off this year. I think it will. How about Sol? I'm a big fan of Solana. I have a decent amount of Solana. I don't have a crazy amount. I forget what I have on. Let me go back here. I forget what I have on Coinbase. I don't know how many I have there. So I have 33 on Coinbase, but I think I have more that's over in my Ledger wallet. I don't think I have it linked on this phone. I had to switch my phone back, so I have two phones, right? I have the Galaxy Samsung Galaxy Edge, the new one, the 2025 version, not the older Edge where you swipe from the edge. I have the very very thin phone, but then I also have the Z Fold 6. Now I'm going back and forth between the two because I really like the multitasking of the Z Fold. Um, I always love that. But the problem is that it is a little bit heavy and it's bulky. The Z Fold 7 is less bulky, but I didn't want to buy the 7 if I already kind of have the 6 here. And how much they were looking to give me to send that, it was like $500. And I was like, this is a $2,000 phone. So, anyways, I like this one, very thin, and all the things work a lot better. Um, so I don't know. I've been going back and forth between the two, but what was I looking for? Solana. I was gonna see if I had Solana in my Forever wallet. I believe I do. I believe I have 20 sitting in my Forever wallet. And it might be staked. Yeah, I got about 22 in my Forever wallet that is staked. Um, is it staked? Yeah. No, it's not. Let me see. Let me see what I'm earning. I'm pretty sure. It might be, it might not be. Yeah, it is. So far in rewards, I've earned 1.3 Solana. It's not bad at all. I've also earned point zero 0.01 BNB. I've earned 0.4 Ethereum, which is not bad. But I should have Cosmos staked over here. Why don't I have Cosmos? Because I have. But you know what? I don't even have it up on this one. So that's another thing. It's a whole mess. Anyways, I have that over here. Another position I really like that I want to see grow and will grow over altcoin season is this one right here. Yearn Finance. I currently have 3. I have 2 in my Forever wallet, but I currently have 3 in my Coinbase. That's at an average of $5,866. I think that's a steal compared to where it will be at and should be at. I can't wait for that to explode and that to make moves. I'm not going home. I don't want to go home. Let's see. Let's see what people are saying in the chat really quick, and then we'll go into maybe some of the biggest news in crypto right now. Let's go. Good morning. Good morning to you as well. Oh, Balloon pops off this year. How about Sol? These dips are for buying, not for crying. Very true. Long opportunity. Depends what you invest into, but yeah, primarily. Matt, why Jasmy predictions to $1 drop dramatically? I don't wait for me. My Jasmy prediction to $1 is still there, right? I think there have been less conversation on it because there have been less movement. So people on YouTube will primarily only talk about something if it is insanely popular, right? I talk about the things that I've invested into that become popular. Right? I've invested into JasmyCoin when it was it was at 40% of a penny. And I talked about it then. I talk about it now. I've talked about it when it skyrocketed, right? I'm going to continue to talk about it because I know of what JasmyCoin is going to be. So you're not seeing it much of that because other people are looking for what's the most popular thing right now that I can gain views from. That's always what it's all about. I don't think the predictions have dropped dramatically, like as in like what they believe it's going to get to. It's just if JasmyCoin sees 20% gain, now everybody's making a video about it, right? Instead of just me, right? So same thing goes for XRP, right? XRP has always had a decent amount of videos, whether it's short videos or 8-minute videos or even explaining all of what XRP is. They've had a lot of videos, but the more it grows, the more popular you see on YouTube and on TikTok and on Twitter and everywhere, right? So I don't think they're gone. I just think they're kind of suppressed. Right? I've talked about JasmyCoin and what I want to see even within this year as well as within next year and altcoin season. What my expectations are, but I believe JasmyCoin will hit $1 to still $1.50, right? That's kind of what I'm looking for. I think it will be a significant point and maybe even a retracement at that level of $1, but I have exit points all the way up to that point, right? From 10 cents all the way to $1.50. Um, have you heard of SuperVerse? And what are your thoughts on it? I haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of it at all. SuperVerse, which is currently 144. Is that the one? 144 by market cap. It's at a $384 million market cap, $17 million worth of volume. So I would say volume to market cap ratio is not really that high. Circulating supply, you have 619 million versus the total supply. So not necessarily a crazy amount of dilution. Still has dilution within it. So short term, it might be a little bit of a problem. I don't know what's going on with the max supply. If it's unlimited, it doesn't have an unlimited symbol. It just has a kind of dashes. So it makes me think that you still have room that's there. If we look at all history, the highest price has been at is $3.70. More recently, in the end of 2024, $2 is currently sitting at 62 cents, or a $384 million market cap. Now, while you did see kind of a decrease in everything from the start to kind of finish, you saw the increase in market cap, right? So the market cap was sitting at about a $1 billion market cap there, which makes sense. However, at higher price points, this was sitting at a $370 million market cap, meaning that you did have dilution that was factored into it. But again, there's not much dilution that is left. It's like a third of it that is left. Still can have a significant impact, but it's not going to be diluted by 100%, which is always great. So again, I don't know what it does and what the use case is going to be. I would imagine it has a little bit more of a use case than what you see in like meme coins and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. Doesn't have any opportunity. I would say yes. It does look like it, but it's not something that I'm physically like getting up and saying, you know what, I want to put money into here for now. Like if I didn't have any cryptocurrency and I was looking to invest into projects, I could consider it. But again, it's more about will I decide to now start buying newer cryptos again, or cryptos again, right? Crypto coins, because I currently have a decent amount. I'm not looking to buy anymore, but could be a buying opportunity for some people. Never heard of it though. 144. It's good that it's outside the top 100. That's something that does sit well with me, is because I like things that are not fully established yet, still have some sort of popularity, but not fully established. Yearn will pop off for sure. I'm right there with you. Arrow is my biggest bag. It is. How much do you have of that? I've seen some good things about it. I hope you're taking profits. I have a profit taking strategy. I haven't taken, sorry, I haven't taken really much profit at all. I think with a few positions, I've taken some profit. The Terra Luna Classic, I've taken profit. GameStop coin, I've taken profit. Swift coin, I've taken profit. I haven't taken profit from any of the peak coins, though, the top coins that I have. So, JasmyCoin and CRO and XRP, I haven't really taken profit from. But my profit targets are coming up soon. I know JasmyCoin got close to one of them. XRP obviously got close to one of them as well. Not super close, but close enough. But yeah, I want to see a lot of those targets being hit. Do you own Open Door, bro? I don't. I don't even know what that is. Guys, we have 75 people that are here. If you could hit the like button, I would greatly appreciate it. If you hit that subscribe button, I would also greatly appreciate it. It does help out the channel, helps out growth, and all of that. Also, if you guys want to check out my link for BTCC down below, this is a platform where you have the ability to leverage trade up to a 500x leverage if you want to. Also, you can get a 10% deposit bonus, extra bonuses up to $10,055, 40% lower trading fees. You can get a lot of stuff with this platform, and they have a giveaway going on for me, for anybody that signs up using my link. If you sign up, and it's not a giveaway of a giveaway that's for anyone that signs up with anybody's links. No, if you sign up with my link in the next 2 days, you will be entered to win $250. Two people will be entered to win $250. Well, not entered. We'll have the chance to win $250. So they're giving out 500 total USDT for just people that are signing up using my link, and you potentially could win a free $250 from BTCC. So feel free to check it out. Link is in the chat. It's in the description. Don't miss out on that. But today, I wanted to talk about XRP. I know that this video is kind of all about XRP, and it takes 36 minutes to kind of get to this. But I was going through my comments, because I have to go through comments all the time to approve the actual people and take out all of the people or all of the bots and stuff like that. And when I was going through that, I saw a lot of people not a lot of people, but a few people that were like, XRP is going to stay the same. XRP is never going to be worth what you think it's going to be worth. XRP is never going to even rise up to $5. You're not going to see it at multiple hundreds of billions. It's just going to drop. There's just so many like negative comments towards it. And while people can have their own opinion, it has historically proved a lot of these people wrong. And it will continue to prove a lot of these people wrong. They are thinking that XRP is the worst thing ever, and that it's labeled as an unregistered security, and it's just going to fail immediately. Like, you don't understand that you're looking at one of the most utilized and potentially even more utilized projects and coins in the crypto market. Like, you're looking at something you're basically saying this thing that everybody's going to need is not going to be worth anything, which makes no sense whatsoever, right? And this is why I think that all of the doubters, every single doubter that's out there, is going to be proved wrong, right? That you're going to be upset, and maybe you're upset already because you already missed out on XRP in a large way, or maybe you're actually a part of it and you just want the attention. I don't know. Or maybe you're not. I don't know what your situation actually is, but all I know is that I see doubting, right? I see people that hate on XRP, that don't believe in what it can do and what it will do. But it's totally okay, right? You can believe what you want to believe. Anybody that's truly a doubter will be proved wrong. And maybe you're a doubter because you're a bigger fan of Ethereum or Bitcoin, because that's the video that I created yesterday, was talking about XRP surpassing Ethereum and Bitcoin, being worth more than both of those. It's not a crime to say that something that has more potential utility in institutions and retail and banks will be worth more than something that primarily gets its wealth, or not wealth, its status, its place in the market, primarily based on the comparison to gold and the scarcity of the supply, rather than what the use is going to be behind it and a reason to even hold it, right? So that's something that people ask me all the time when they're like, the largest cryptocurrency in the market, what are you going to use it for? And while it's explainable to be a store of value, it can't really be used, or will be used, for anything. Now, for people that hold a lot of it and could potentially use it towards larger purchases, we're talking about like sending somebody $200,000, sending somebody $1 million for buying a car, right, overseas, or whatever you're doing, right? you don't necessarily need it to happen instantaneously, but for people that want to see the transactions that are going to happen fast, for banks that want to see the transactions happen immediately, it's better to have something that can do that, you know? So the conversation is always there as to what XRP will be fully, but um, the conversation is also there in my mind, um, is, will it pass Ethereum? Will it pass Bitcoin? And the answer to that is yes. Again, I think it will. But again, that's just my opinion. And I think XRP will prove a lot of doubters wrong. What's your XRP target? So I have multiple targets. I went through my exit plan recently for XRP. And my first target to sell at, which is very low, is $5. That's my first target to sell, to get my initial investment plus profit, right? Now I could wait it out and see a lot more, but I want to accept profit as I move along. And while that 200, or whatever, however much it is, right? While that 25% of my supply is worth, a decent amount here, it could be worth a lot more as we move forward. But that's the case with any position. That's the case with any price. If I do that here, I'm going to do that at $10. If I do that at $10, I'm going to do it at $20, right? So I'm just kind of pushing it along and never actually taking any type of profit from it to establish other things, right? Whether it's longer term, shorter term, whatever, right? Um, so right now, my first target is $5. And between $5 and $10, I have different selling points as well, but it's not going to be as much as what came out in the at the $5 level. But as we move along, I'll be able to take bits and pieces of it to kind of take a quote unquote salary from XRP, and hopefully it's long term. I would say once I hit a certain level, I think it's November. So I hope XRP doesn't get to $5 before November. I forget where that large purchase was. So let me go ahead and check uh, XRP over on Coinbase. So if I look at transactions, so November 25th, 2024 is my last official like edition or purchase of XRP. So if that's the case, or not, I wouldn't say technically purchased. That was added because I sent it over from somewhere else. But let's just say November 25th, 2024 is the last date to where once I make a sell, everything else, everything that I have will be long term. And that's amazing. It will be a long term opportunity, and long term capital gains tax. That's what because everything else that's there, so all of the other amounts that I put in there will not be um, long. Oh, wait, you know what? It might end up giving me my long term sell and then taking this as a short term sell because I do have a lot more. But yeah, November 2024. November 25th, 2024. So once I get to November 25th, 2025, everything will be a long-term capital gains tax. So that's something that I'm shooting for, right? I'm excited for that. But again, if it happens sooner, right? If we see September, it absolutely breaks out to a ridiculously high level, right? Maybe it goes past $5. Maybe I wait it out because I don't want to have any short term um, capital gains tax. That's a huge difference, right? It could be 20% worth of a difference, and that's not something I want. Sometimes it could be 30%, depending, where you are. So yeah, don't want that. Um, It's about 30% of my portfolio, looking to make 100K if it hits $5. Yeah, what you're talking about, Arrow? It's about 30% of your portfolio looking to make. That's amazing. That's amazing. Where is Arrow at? No, it's two E's. Where's one E? Um, Aerodrome Finance, currently sitting at a 1.1 or $1.2 billion market cap. I don't like the fact that it has that max supply and the total supply as that. But I'm sure you see the fact that there's like you're not seeing as much like dilution potential within it. So you're looking for it to hit a level of $5. All history has shown the highest point was about $2.20. Market cap wise, we've seen a little bit of dilution going into here, but this was about $1.5 billion, currently sitting at a $1.1 billion mark. So maybe there was a little bit of dilution as time went on here. But again, that was a $2.20 price, currently sitting at a $1.30 price, while the market cap is, I would say, a little bit closer together. So that maybe there was a little bit of dilution between these two high points. So hopefully you factor that in and saw what their dilution schedule kind of is. But yeah, I don't know much about it. 122,000 people that are having on watch list. Is currently sitting at 71st out of all the cryptos, which is great. Also available on S tier exchange like Coinbase. I guess not Binance, Binance Alpha, but not Binance. You're seeing Crypto.com, Kraken, so it's available in many places. So you're seeing that volume to market cap ratio around the 10% level. So looks good. I have 105K XRP coins at 50 cent average. Haven't taken any profit yet. No idea when to shave off some. I'm thinking 10 to 20% sell at $5. That's not a bad idea. I mean, first of all, congratulations on being able to have that much at an average of 50 cents, right? You have been able to gain a ton out of it. So every dollar that this grows, you gain $105,000. That's not phenomenal. So sitting at a $5 level, you'll be looking at over $500,000 that you have. Taking 20% or taking your initial investment is not a bad deal, which is what I'm potentially doing as well, or not potentially, what I am doing as well. But instead of taking 20%, I'm taking 25%. And the reason why I'm taking 25% is because it gets me my initial investment, plus it gets me a little bit of profit on top of it, so that I can say, this is where I'm going to put this extra money, right? I know that I'm going to pay taxes on the amount that I gained on that, and it will break that down for me at that moment. But it will be good because then I know what my initial investment is, and that entire initial investment can go towards whatever other place I wanted to put it, right? I could put it into my dividend account. I could, buy something with it if I wanted to. I can allocate some more to other crypto opportunities, right? I'm giving myself room because there's always newer opportunities that are being created, newer opportunities that are being launched, new short-term as well as long-term opportunities. And if you have those or know that those are coming, then it's always great to have the money for that opportunity. Because if, let's say, when the market does decide to, turn around and things are falling down, you want to have money to buy at those low levels. And that's what I'm looking for. Now, for me, unfortunately, when I do take profit and I do have any money in my bank account, I want to move it to a place to where it's going to gain me something. Whether that's my dividend account, it's going to gain the children something with their 529 accounts. Whatever it is, I'm just going to consistently try to get more out of the deal, right? Be able to make my money work for me, because if the money's just sitting there, it's not worthless. It's worth what it's worth, and it's could be a great deal, but it's not doing anything for me, right? It needs to do something. It needs to work. It's like if you have a child in the house that's making a mess, but they're not cleaning up those messes, right? You gotta put them to work a little bit, get them to clean their room, um, get them to um, learn how to do different things, help with cooking, whatever it is, right? That's what I want my money to do. I want my money to work for me. So that's great though. 105,000 at a 50 cent range is amazing, and yeah, can't wait to see you actually, take some of that profit, sit on some of the others, and see your entire exit plan. Have you been able to, Adam Z, have you been able to break down or establish an exit plan? Utilize like the spreadsheet that I have over on Patreon and just break down an exit plan and what you can gain in the end. Um, yeah, have you been able to do that? I completely forgot about Yearn. Just grabbed one. Figured I'd hold it for a couple of months. Yeah, I mean, I think Yearn is a fantastic play. Yearn sitting at a $5,000 price point when it has the ability to get to $100,000 or $200,000, or even more than that, is phenomenal, right? We're talking about something that has like YFI. You're talking about something that has 33, almost 34,000 coins. We're not talking about million. We're not talking about hundreds of thousands. We're talking about just thousands. 34,000 coins. Currently sitting at a $5,000 price is a $188 million market cap. The highest point that this got to price wise, I think the highest point was 90, I was going to say 96, $93,435.53. That's the highest point, which was 4 years ago in May 11th, 2021. I think that this will be worth not only this, I think it will find a way to get to 100, 200 plus $1,000. This is only a $2.3 billion market cap. It will get to this and then some. 2 to 3x the all-time highs is what people look at. And when you're talking about something that's not a meme coin, but has a significant level of growth attached to it, right? Like, this is amazing to be able to see this opportunity that's here. I've talked about this plenty of times. While some people are just like, no, they're writing it off. Like, no, it's all the way down from those high points and never gonna get back to those points. Just wait and see, right? This is something where, yeah, I can spend a decent amount of money, a couple $1,000s, few $1,000s to get one or two, but that one could go from $5,000 to $90,000. That one could go from $5,000 to $200,000. And again, not a meme coin. So it's not just based off of hype. It's based off of utility. It's based off of, a growing community and a reason to hold it. Not just for the gains that you could potentially get. However, as an investor, I want to see those gains. Speaking of investor, I know this kind of is a complete sidetrack. I was just at the New York Liberty and Chicago Sky game recently, and it was a phenomenal game. We went there with Angel Reese jerseys. We wanted to get them signed, but I forgot the marker, and I was so upset because Angel Reese did come by where we were sitting and gave the kids a high five, which they were super excited about. But they could have easily just been like, "Can you sign my jersey?" And she was willing to sign anything and talk to fans, and she was hugging fans, and it was just amazing to see. Um, but yeah, we went there, and I talked to someone about, because I live in Pennsylvania and would love to have a WNBA team and love to invest into a WNBA team, and I've been searching high and low how to invest into a WNBA team, and a lot of it is private equity. Um, so you have to know somebody in order to get ownership in it, and I've heard people getting scammed about the with those things, but a Philly team has been approved, from what I understand, for 2030. So um, it is a while from now, but I'm definitely excited for that and would love to get like season tickets and take Harper and Hayden to like every game or any game that we can and just enjoy that, especially since it's over the summertime. So they have a lot of that time. It should be fun. But right now, still trying to watch. I think we're going to go see um, the the Washington Mystics play the Fever, right? And I don't know if Caitlin Clark will be back from injury at that time, but it's in September, in the beginning of September, so hopefully she will be. But I would love to invest into a WNBA team. I really would, because I feel like if I could put like I can have 1% ownership stake if I could find a way in. Would love that. Absolutely love that. And that's something that I could utilize my profit from XRP for, is to have a 1% or 2% ownership stake in like a WNBA team and a Philly WNBA team. That would be amazing. Um, oh wow, didn't know XRP had that much negative sentiment. I guess it really is time to put more in the bag. I was buying around the 25 cent area, so I didn't want to buy if people feel this way. I hear you. XRP has an enormous amount of FUD on Reddit. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that I've seen when I make videos, they will say you're investing into the wrong thing. Whether it was at a 30 cent price and then went up to a 50 cent price, they were like, this is a false movement. It's never going to get to higher numbers. You're never going to see it hit a dollar again. You're never going to see it pass Solana. Every other cryptocurrency is going to pass. And I'm like, why is there so much hate on it? And then I ask them questions and I see them come up and they're talking about Bitcoin and how Bitcoin is, um, you know, the biggest thing in the market is going to be worth $1 million and their Bitcoin maxis. They talk about Ethereum, which is fine, right? To talk about your own plays that you believe in, but it's great to see that everything can succeed in a way. Not necessarily say that this is going to absolutely collapse and will not be worth anything. But you don't see me saying the same thing, right? That Bitcoin's not going to be worth anything, that it's going to collapse. I think that it will be passed by Ethereum and XRP. I think that XRP will pass Ethereum as well. So, but I'm not saying that they will be worthless. I think Bitcoin will still be worth trillions of dollars. Ethereum will be worth trillions of dollars. It's just XRP will be worth more trillions of dollars, in my opinion. So it has an enormous amount of FUD, but that's fine, right? The more that people keep on talking about it that way, the more that we can continue to prove them wrong. People are saying so much junk that it's a scam, yet its so-called scam has changed my life 600% in 15 months is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's people out there that say that, but that's on them to believe how they believe. They said the same thing to about Bitcoin in the beginning, that cryptocurrency in general was a scam. Establishing anything new can be very, very risky, and establishing a position in anything new can be insanely risky. But if you were one of those early adopters, one of those believers um, in cryptocurrency from the word go, from the time that someone mentioned it to you, were like, yeah, I believe in this. Um, you're going to see so much, right? Your life has already changed a massive amount, and it will change even more as you move along. For people like, and sometimes it's not good people. Sometimes it's what some people consider as the bad person in a story, right? The Winklevoss twins, right? When you look at Facebook, who's the bad person there, right? It could be Mark Zuckerberg, it could be the Winklevoss twins, it could be them, but they put money into Bitcoin, believing into Bitcoin, and look what they got out of it, right? They're multi-billionaires because of the fact that they invested their money into Bitcoin. They found the right opportunity and they believed in it. and now they own Gemini and all this other good stuff that's there because they believed in that market early on. And same thing goes for a lot of the positions that we see, right? Whether it's XRP or it's Yearn Finance or it's Solana or whatever, right? You see the opportunity. I called out Solana as something that can have major success and will get back to all-time highs. And you'll be able to make so much money from those lows. The lows being like 11, where I saw it was $11. And I talked about it while everybody else was like, Solana is going to tank and it's never going to be worth that again. And it was at $11. Solana is currently around a $200 mark, right? And the high point that it's been at was like, what, 270? So you could have seen, basically, if you're rounding down from that $11, you could have seen a 27x on your investment. Just up to that high. Not necessarily even up to the all-time high and what we're going to see, just up to the high that it's been. You could have seen a 25, 27x on your investment. Just from the previous lows, not the lowest low point that's ever been before things broke out. We're talking about after the breakout to 250 and then the market crashed and everything fell down. This was at $11. You could have bought at those low levels when I called it out years ago. And now, we're sitting at the 200 plus level. You could have so much more Solana. And then as Solana grows, your value grows a significant amount. So there will always be people that doubt. It's fine. XRP will 100% beat Bitcoin and ETH. I agree with you. Thank you for saying that. What do you think about Jasmy for October and November? I'm not really looking at short term for an October and November, but again, by the end of the year, I would love to see a level of 10 to 20 cents. That's kind of my level. However, if we're not seeing altcoin season truly break out, which it does look like it's starting to kind of make moves because Bitcoin's dominance is dropping and Ethereum's dominance is increasing, but you're not really seeing dominance elsewhere that's making that move. My Achilles is killing me. But if you have things like what was I going at? JasmyCoin. If you do have altcoin season that's truly breaking out at that moment, I would expect to see, in the October, November, December timeline that we would see that 10 to 20 cent level. My first initial selling point is around 10 cents, which is not a lot of profit that I'd be taking, but it is taking my initial investment plus a little bit of profit, which feels good to have. XRP, 5K XRP tokens enough, you think? I mean, it's enough for what, for, let's say, depending on what you're trying to do with it, right? Are you trying to become a multi-millionaire? Then maybe that takes a lot longer for you to have that happen, right? You're going to need to see it get to $1,000 and other levels, right? If it gets to $100, then you're looking at $500,000, which still could be life-changing for you. So, of course, I think it's enough. I think 1,000 XRP is enough. But most people want to make, whenever they say, like, oh, I have this much, there's a lot of people that want to turn that money or that amount that they put in there, that amount of coins, into multiple millions of dollars. And it wouldn't hurt to have multiple millions of dollars, but that can't always be the goal of everything, right? I have cryptocurrencies to where my goal is to, just see a 5x in there. My goal could be to just see a 10x, which honestly is a lot if you're comparing it to the stock market. If you put any of that money into the stock market, you're not seeing those level of gains, right? You're not seeing 100% in a year. There's a lot of times, especially with certain positions and especially ETFs, you're looking at 10%, right? You're looking at more consistent growth that's going to happen over time. And maybe within 10 years, you're looking at 100%, right, of your portfolio because you grow 10%, each year. 10% of what you had. So while you are looking at maybe a little bit more than that at the 10-year mark, either way, it's taking you a long time to get there. But for us, we're looking for 500%, 1,000%, 10,000%. And it's not unbelievable because we've seen these gains already. We've seen 500% for XRP within the last year, right? Plus. We've seen 500% or actually 1,000% for JasmyCoin at one point, right? From 40% of a penny all the way up to 4 cents. We've seen that 10x up to those levels. The thing about the crypto market is, since it is still at a stage to where a lot of people don't believe in it, you have a lot of fluctuation, you have a lot of movement, and the ability to grow at higher levels, a higher scale. So to answer your question, yes, I think 5K is enough to have life-changing amounts of money. But also remember to take your initial investments, remember to take some profit, and then you can find a way to sit on what's left. Matt, you mentioned Bone. This meme has had crazy ups and downs. I think at today's level of 17 cents, it has great potential upside. I hold a decent bag. Question. So goes Shib. Wait, so goes Shib, and so goes Bone. So I would say no. I do believe that you will see pushes for any meme coin that has any type of association with Shiba Inu. It's just the issue is that this was created by the ecosystem dev team, who honestly, I don't even know where they are if you're hearing anything about them and what they're doing. This was supposed to have benefits in a way for SHIB, or supposed to benefit SHIB in a large way. Hasn't ever really done that. It's done a little bit of burning through Bone, through Shibarium. But yeah, I don't know. I would say there's no project that's truly dead at all, right? I'm not saying that Bone is. But it really all depends on whether people are going to consistently invest. And again, I don't know where their volume is, so where their popularity is right now. I would assume they still have some popularity, but I just am not for anything that they're creating. I saw some short-term growth within it. I saw long-term growth with it as long as they support SHIB, but they're really no longer doing that. So it's like, what long-term support or what long-term growth do you see within it? But at a low price, you could potentially have an entry point for 3x, 5x, 10x, depending on what you see as that high point there. I'm not gonna shoot down anybody's opportunity. Yeah, I'm not going to shoot down anybody's opportunity at all, because your opportunity is your opportunity. And if you make money from it, then fantastic. And anytime that I could be wrong in a way about a position and somebody else is making money based on, me being wrong, I will applaud you, right? I'm excited for what you're able to gain. So I hope you do gain a lot within it. But then again, I don't want the ecosystem dev team to have any success. So I hope that you gain a lot, and you find a selling point, and you end up selling that position, and they don't see any type of growth within it, because I don't know, I don't like them. Man, I have some XRP merch I'd like you to promote if you're interested. It's t-shirts to celebrate the XRP victory over the SEC. I appreciate that, but I'll respectfully decline, because I have my own stuff that I have on my store, and I haven't done anything with it in a while, and I haven't created anything new, which I probably should, but I just haven't been live as much But I appreciate you bringing that my way. Builder AI agents. Okay. Hi Matt, good morning. Are you aware of the staking plan for XRP? And if so, do you think it is wise to buy Flare, Spark, XRP, and in any particular percentage or diversification plan? Thanks. So no, I'm not aware of that. Um, I'm not aware of that really at all. So I'll have to come back to that. If you could explain it to me, I mean, I could look it up, but if you could explain it to me and what the a very brief summary of what's going on there. I hold some Yearn long term. My long term means 10 years. I don't know if it'll be. That's the thing is I don't know if it'll be 10 years. I currently hold a total of five. I think it might be six, but I currently hold about five or six Yearn Finance. Um, I think three is for more of the short term for me. But then, and it really all depends, right? Long term can be a year or more. But for the crypto market, long term could be the peak of a cycle, right? Where you invest here, but the peak of a cycle might be 6 months down the line or 7 months down the line, right? So that being said, while it's considered short term in your taxes, it's it's definitely more long term in what we see within crypto. That makes sense. But ultimate, like long term, the true long term, would love to hold it over a year, would love to hold it 3 to 4 years, whatever. But consistently find places to where I can take, profit and my initial investment. Um, with it being at, $5,000, my average being there, I would love to have 10. That would have been amazing. Because then I can react and make a move off of one, then find a higher price, make a move off of two, right? And while it costs me maybe $50,000 to buy 10 of them, $50,000 to $60,000, I could potentially make all of that back in just selling one at $100,000, right? Or make all of it back in selling two at $50,000, and then having my initial investment plus profit during that time frame. Um, but for now, what I invested was about 25 to $30,000, and I'm looking to take a profit off of one at about $50,000. So excited for that because it's going to give me my initial investment plus a decent amount of profit. Not a crazy amount, but just a decent amount. Good morning, brother. Good morning to you as well. Sorry, at work, I'm behind on your stream. Uh, might not have to subscribe because I have no idea how to handle this. I think um, XRP sees $10 to $20 in the new few years. I'm 32 years old. $20 to $25, I can retire. Well, I think XRP to $10 to $20, and then in the next few years. Yeah, I see that as well. Again, the thing you're going to have to factor in is what will the bear market look like. I don't think the bear market will be as aggressive as some other people think it's going to be. They're like, oh, you better um, sell all of your XRP at $3 because you're going to end up losing all of your gains and it's going to go back down to 50 cents. I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. While you will see a drop, and depending on where that max price or that high price is, it could be 10, it could be $20, it could be $100. Um, I think 50% is the max that we're going to see that drop. I don't want to sell too soon. Just want my initial 50K back so I can pay some credit cards off and my 10K loan put into XRP at 11.5%. Well, that's insanely risky. First of all, at 11.5%, but also taking out any type of a loan to invest into that's insanely risky, but could pay off. Sometimes you got to take risk in order to see rewards, but I've always thought about doing that, especially in the beginning stages of things where I'm like, I could take a $10,000 loan and make a hell of a lot of money from it. But at that time, if I would have done it, I would have paid so much um, in interest during that time to where we are here today, and I wouldn't have been happy from it. Now, I would have been able to make a crazy amount, but I also might have questioned it heavily as I'm going multiple years paying interest on it. So it's very risky to do that. Very risky, but as long as it's going to pay off, that's what it's all about. But what's crazy though is if you have that much in XRP, I would have paid that loan off already. Like if you gain that much out of it already from like 50 cents, I would have definitely paid off that loan and not paid the not wanted to pay the interest. Now, the issue that you're dealing with is how much you're going to be able to gain over that, and how much would you pay in interest over the time frame of you, um, deciding to hold it to get to your first selling point. So, and maybe you calculated that already. Also, in 25K H bar at 24 cents, I think a 3 to 4x on that, I'd sell it all. Yeah, I think H bar has a lot of promise. I have a decent amount of H bar, and I also have a 2x leverage for H bar on BTCC. Hey, take one finger on each side and it should help with your Achilles. Yeah, I do that constantly. I just need to I when I didn't well I did twist my ankle. Um yeah, I was a little upset when I was playing basketball. I tend to twist my ankle a decent amount of times, but I've worked on my ankles over the years. So yeah, but yeah, I twisted my ankle and it was that ankle, so that's where I'm feeling it. But yeah, I'll do that. Okay, the loan is new. I only paid 2 months of interest so far, like $220. So I will pay that off before the end of the year. Okay, got you. I also read that Trump coin. I don't see anything in Trump coin right now. I was looking at it earlier. When do you forecast XRP, Cardano, and Bar to spike? H bar. Honestly, I'm looking for altcoin season to start. Right, we can say that altcoin season has already kind of done that, but until we see a consistent drop in the dominance, I wouldn't say that it has started yet. Bitcoin is below 60% dominance. Ethereum is up to 14%, but we're not seeing major reactions everywhere else, like a XRP or like an H bar or like a JasmyCoin or whatever yet. When we do see that, that's when we'll definitely have a strong belief that altcoin season's here. So whenever altcoin season happens, right, I want to see it um, by the end of this year to really start that spike, but within 2026 to see more of that spike continue to happen and a level off for Bitcoin and maybe even Ethereum. But Ethereum hasn't hit or broken heavily all-time highs. It just broke an all-time high 14 hours ago. Now is the time to accumulate XRP. I don't disagree with you. Um, I think the best time to accumulate XRP would have been at like 50 cents, but since you don't have that opportunity anymore, any type of decrease is always good, especially below, the $3 level, below the $2.50 level. What do you think about Medieval Empire? Like the game? Isn't there a game called Medieval Empire or something? Like it's like an app on your phone. Is that a coin for that game? Or is that just a coin that's created and it has no real like value? Let's go through some of the biggest news in crypto right now. I want to check AI to kind of break that down and see what's happening here. It's a Web3 game. See, I knew it was something. I don't have any opinions on it as of right now, but maybe we can look at it in a little bit. Is the coin well established? Token is owned and created by the game makers. Do they use it? I guess in the game, I would assume so. As like a kind of like if you look at NBA 2K, how they have their VC, their virtual currency, you would think that they would utilize that as a cryptocurrency. There's a certain supply that's out there. That would just be cool, right? I think that that's a good way to establish that within gaming, is to have your own coin that has its abilities to grow and have its own value and all that stuff. But I haven't checked into it, no. Yes, you use it in the game. Carl Moon is talking about it all the time. He says heavily invested in it. That's amazing. We'll have to keep that in mind, and I'll bring that up as a potential play. We'll look at it. See, the one thing that I hate about let's say projects like that or newer projects, right, is the fact that you always see the supply that's at a level to where I don't want to purchase it, right? I need to see that supply at a much, like, not lower level, but much higher percentage. Like, I hate dilution. I really do. I absolutely despise dilution. And like if you're talking about 50%, sometimes I can get over it. If you're talking about 60%, I can get over it, especially if it has massive utility. However, if you're talking about hundreds of percent that could be diluted, like that's not something that I like, right? Um if there's only 25% of the supply that's out there, that's not something that sits well with me. There's only 20 to 25%. Like I can't be happy with that, because you're gonna dilute it multiple times over as time goes on and as people claim some of those projects. So, anyways, let's look at what's happening in the crypto market in general. Right, as of late 2025, the biggest crypto news includes a recent market plunge triggered by a large Bitcoin sale, continued institutional interest in cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin treasuries, and a high-profile trademark lawsuit involving Elon Musk's XAI. Oh, like Grok, like X is AI. Uh, Political and regulatory developments in the U.S. and abroad are also driving market activity. So, market movements and institutional adoption. Bitcoin flash crash. And Bitcoin whales sold approximately reported 24,000 BTC, causing a flash crash that wiped hundreds of billions from the total crypto market and triggered massive liquidations. This erased gains that had been sparked by dovish comments. from the Federal Reserve Chairman Powell. Jerome Powell. This is something that you see all the time, right? Liquidations and honestly liquidation train could be have massive effects on the overall market and see a bunch of negativity, huge amount of negativity there. Institutional treasuries. A trend of companies adding Bitcoin to their balance sheets continues to grow. Japanese firm Metaplanet bought an additional $12 million in BTC, while a New Amsterdam-based company, AMBTS, plans to launch a Bitcoin treasury on its Euronext exchange. Galaxy Jump, and Multicoin are reportedly seeking to raise $1 billion for a Solana treasury. Ethereum ETF excitement. Don't know if there's any excitement there, but successfully launched a new Ethereum ETF has fueled a rally for ETH, with its price briefly breaking its 2021 all-time high. Tokenized real-world assets. Interest in, let me just bring up the display because let me see if I have the right display. Yeah, there we go. Interest in tokenizing real-world assets is gaining ground with a Skynet reported predicting I can't even see that the market could reach $16 trillion by 2030. That's amazing. $16 trillion by 2030. In one recent development, SBI partnered with Chainlink to develop tools for this growing sector in the APAC region. Interesting. Regulation and political developments. Let's see. Stablecoin regulation in the U.S. following the passage of a new U.S. stablecoin. Okay, we talked about that a lot. Trump and crypto. Former president. Former President Donald Trump's second administration is creating a crypto-friendly political climate that has buoyed, is that my word right? The industry. And new orders and policies could advance the industry's agenda, push up validation or valuations, and allow alternative assets in 401k retirement plans. Do Kwon's guilty plea. That's something that's more Terra Luna Classic related. We'll have to look at that a little bit further. The co-founder of the collapsed Terra ecosystem, Do Kwon, pleads guilty to fraud charges in the U.S., concluding a high-profile legal saga that followed the estimated $40 billion crash of the Terra USD and Luna cryptocurrencies in 2022. We'll have to get a little bit more information on that. See if we can copy that and put that somewhere, because I would love to kind of get a little more information. I don't want I want an article. I want news. Let's see. Nothing really else. So again, we got 82 people here, guys. If you want to hit that like button and hit the subscribe button, I would greatly appreciate it. Also, make sure you check out my link for BTCC in the chat. If you guys are interested in trading on a platform to where you can test out your strategy, you can do demo trades, you can leverage trade up to a 500x leverage, you can get deposit bonuses, all of that stuff, feel free to do so. Also, you have a potential chance to win a free 250 USDT. For people that sign up using my link, you get entered for a chance to win 250 USDT, a free 250 USDT. You have to sign up what is it? I think you have to sign up, you have to deposit, you have to make a trade, and then you'll be entered in to win the 250 USDT. Yeah, and depending on how many people sign up, it could be really, really good chances. Either way, I think it's fantastic chances. Even if 100 people sign up, right, during that time, which honestly is a lot during a week. Even if 100 people sign up, you can have the potential chance to win 250 USDT. You have a 2% chance to win it, which is not horrible compared to the percentage chance you have to win any type of thing in the lottery or anything, right? This could potentially be free money. But some investments that I made that I have currently in my possession. I have one for HBAR that's at a 2x leverage. It's at the 23.6 level. Currently is slightly down. OKB, it's at $181. It's up 267% on what I invested, which was the $600. Terra Luna Classic, it's down about 2.7%. ADA is up by 37%. Auctions down by 30%. Compound is down by 23%. Caspa is up by 300%. AVAX is up by 400%. And then JasmyCoin is up by 17%. So I have a couple of trades or a few trades that are in here, and I will possibly get more depending on certain lows, certain levels that we hit. But yeah. But somebody brought up this position, which is medieval empires, currently sitting at a $3.4 million market cap. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and say anything majorly positive or negative, but what I will say is these are some of the things that I look at when it comes to a project that's especially sitting at about a $3 million market cap. I usually wouldn't show this because I could potentially have some sort of impact to it, and maybe that's the whole reason why it's being brought up in a way. But the circulating supply really bothers me compared to the total supply. How far it is, and while there is still growth potential that's there, if you actually can see massive use cases and a reason to continue to hold it and see that growth to potentially hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, then maybe you can see that major success there. But again, it's the supply just doesn't sit well with me. I don't like dilution. I really don't. But that's just me. Again, that's just me. But I don't want to push anything. If they're looking to get like free marketing or something, that's not what this is about. I can talk about the positives that are in there, but I always look at that supply level. That's something that, unless I see some more information in it that tells me, oh, it can get past that supply level, it doesn't matter where that supply level is, then, especially for where the price is and where the market cap is, then yeah. But I didn't even honestly take a heavy look into that. So I did the same thing. I took 25K loan out right before the election when XRP was at 50 cents. As soon as it hit $3, I pulled out my initial investment and paid my loan off and kept the rest in. That's phenomenal. However, are you accounting for taxes? Hopefully you're accounting for taxes, or already accounted for taxes, I guess. So hopefully you had like some pulled out that you can pay taxes with. Now you have another selling point at $5 or whatever for that amount, then that's always great to pay taxes there. But yeah, account for taxes. Only paid interest on that loan for 1 month. That's fantastic, but that's definitely highly risky. I mean, 50 cents is not for XRP at 50 cents, that's a steal. I was always looking at, buying something like that. And honestly, the time that I was looking at, there was multiple times where I was looking at doing a loan to buy a position because I didn't have the money, a heavy amount of money in the beginning, because I would always put my money elsewhere, whether it was a dividend account, whether it was a my stock trading account or whatever. I would always put it somewhere else, so I didn't have heavy money while it was at those points. So I would always look at, I believe, the the position I was looking at the most was Ethereum when it was about $800. That would have been phenomenal. I looked at Bitcoin when it was about $20,000. I was a little bit afraid that it was going to come down to 10, and then I would end up being in a bad predicament for a little bit. But then again, it would have been short term. Um, and during that time, it was very, very tight, very tough on money because there wasn't much activity. Just like kind of today, there isn't much activity within viewership and all that stuff. So eventually, it will, as we see altcoin season thrive and different positions run and all that stuff. XRP, woo. Is that I don't know what that means. What do you think of 4chan? I haven't looked into it. 4chan? I haven't looked into it, I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I've had other content on it, I might have, but I don't think I have. Also doesn't have a max supply, which means it might have another version of the token still to be released. Yeah, I can't do that with some of these projects. I'm not a huge fan of having a like any supply that's left. Like XRP has an amount of supply that I could tolerate, right? Especially with the fact that I understand that it can go a lot further than where it is. So it's something that I can tolerate. Um, but there are others out there where it's like 10% of the supply, 15% of the supply, and people are like, this is the next biggest thing. And I'm like, they're going to dilute you. And I've seen it time and time again. And while I can have my opinion, I'm not going to stop anybody from investing into a project. I just want to give them the information that I know. You know, I'll never have that gambling mentality again. I see the Web3 transformation era happening before our very eyes, and everyone around me is oblivious to it. I try my best to educate my friends and family. Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. I try my hardest to educate everybody around me, but nobody wants to see it. Nobody wants to even throw a dime into it. People that are heavily invested into the stock market and they consistently invest every every month or a certain amount per year, and I'm like, allocate 10% of that to crypto. I mean, yes, you should have done it when I talked to you about it um, way beforehand. But there's some people that have been able to um, kind of get into crypto for free in a way, and that's phenomenal that they're able to do that, right? I have some family members that are, well, one family member I would say that's around me that really um, took it upon themselves to buy some cryptocurrency and at least be a part of the market, even though they didn't fully understand it. And I think the more education that they do, that they jump into, they start to realize like what these markets are and what's going to happen there. Um, it's great to see um, that person take it upon themselves to do it, and then when you have the opportunity to either join exchanges or whatever to gather kind of free crypto before things explode to certain levels, like that's what it's all about. Like especially with BTCC, if you're gathering 250 USDT, who's to say that you end up putting that into um, OKB or put it in XRP and it ends up turning into multiple thousands of dollars. You now gained a lot from cryptocurrency by just holding it for a number of months. You know, maybe it's a year or whatever, but I've been able to see people benefit. Some people benefit from buying XRP and doing their own research and honestly reaching out to me and saying, "Hey, did you hear this about XRP? What's your opinion on this? Should I hold or should I buy?" And um, you know, we have these discussions about these positions. It's phenomenal. But yeah, I have to spend my time and, you know, try and educate people, even though they may not want to be educated. But then some people claim they want to, and then honestly, all they want is for me to make money for them, right? And like what I do here is more about teaching, whether it's teaching by example or it's by actually teaching people on like Patreon and educational videos. On YouTube, a lot of these educational videos on how to trade cryptocurrency and all that stuff don't necessarily get a crazy amount of views. For some people, they might, right? How to trade cryptocurrency in 2025 sounds like a great video. How to become a cryptocurrency millionaire in 2025 sounds like a great video, but it doesn't always get the level of views, for me at least, because it's not my original or my type of content, right? There are people out there that specialize in that content. Um, and not saying they're the best or the most qualified to talk about it. It's just when YouTube has you on a certain algorithm, that's how it goes. So would love to have all of that education, but I try to educate people as much as I can. I try to educate by example, and hopefully they learn. But yeah, it's not always the case. All right, guys, I'm not gonna go, but I'll be back and forth. Um, I have to go get these kids up for school. First day of school, we gotta do their hair and take pictures. I'm probably not gonna do their hair right away, but I want to wake them up and, you know, get them ready. And their bus is not supposed to be here until like 8:40, but I honestly don't trust it because their first bus that they were supposed to take was, well, the first bus that Harper took, that was when she was in kindergarten, was it was like 7:50. And then now, um 4 years later, 3 years later, um first, second, third, three 3 years later, um it always gets me because you have kindergarten before that. But 3 years later, well, technically you go through kindergarten, so kindergarten, because we don't know if they're going to eat breakfast at school, so it's a whole ordeal. But I want to keep things up and look at what's happening in the markets. So give me a second. Would love to have like some. Wow, you got Bitcoin at 110,000, so things are definitely dropping a little bit today. That's good to see. I mean, it creates opportunity for people, especially leverage trading wise. I want to find some good leverage trades. I want to find some really, really good leverage trades. Um, XLM doesn't look like a bad leverage. I'll have to look at it a little bit heavier and see what I can do because some of what I have left, I have about 600 or so dollars that are free to trade. And I would love to do like some quicker, maybe 500x leverages or something. My sound is off? Why would my sound is fine. Is my sound off? Oh, you know what? Let me know. Let me know if this sounds better. Does this sound better? No, it doesn't sound better. You're good, Matt. Okay, because it was on a default audio track for some reason. So now it should sound a little bit clearer if that was the case. I don't know what the sound was like before that, so I'll have to listen to it. It sounded okay. Is my voice matching up with the words, or is it not? Because from what I'm seeing on the video, it's not. I don't think it was about. Is my voice? Let me refresh this. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit that subscribe button. I don't know. So it is matching up with the voice. Okay. Good, because what I'm seeing here, it doesn't look like that. But I'm gonna head out of here. I'm not gonna leave because I'm gonna stay logged in. Um, but I will have to be back. Like I'll be off and on. I gotta get the kids ready for school. So I do hear a little echo. Well, that's what it's gonna have to be. It shouldn't be a little echo at all. But you would have heard an echo just a second ago because I was playing the audio, listening to the audio as I was talking. So it was kind of weird. So you would have heard something. But yeah, I want to stay logged in. So make sure you guys, if you want to stick around, you can. You don't have to, but I will be back. I'm going to come back for a little bit. We're going to talk about some different plays, whether it's XRP or whatever's going on in the market and why things are falling and all that stuff. Um, my bad, not fishing your question to your answer. My bad on not finishing your question to your answer. No, I have not paid taxes on the crypto I sold to pay back my loan. I will be paying it back in next year's taxes, so I will need to pull 5 to 6K. Got you. I wasn't saying that have you already paid taxes. I was just saying have you held the taxes? Which I mean, I guess I would assume that you'll probably have another selling point by the end of the year. So you will be able to pay that 5 to 6K, but then also have to pay a little bit more depending on how much you take out. Um, but yeah. All right. So I'll be back. I'm not exiting the live stream. I'm gonna come back as I have any free moments because the kids are probably gonna be eating and whatever and for a little bit, and then at like let's say 8 o'clock or so, I'll probably go up there to get their hair ready and take their pictures and do all that stuff. I want to be live for a longer period of time. It's just this is the first day of school, so everything kind of has to be all together. So I'm gonna get them something like quick that they can eat, um, but not something that's gonna be messy because I don't want them to mess up their clothes. If you're holding longer, your taxes will be less. Yes, very true, but we're talking about he already took profit on that. So if he already took profit, that means he already has the gains. And if he's taken those gains, that means that that he's going to have to pay taxes on those gains. But he doesn't have to pay taxes until it's tax season because it's a capital gains tax. It's not like a ordinary income or anything. All right, I'll be back and I'll just keep this on here, and then I will see you guys in a little bit. We'll keep the display up and we'll just go with that. But make sure that when I come back, make sure the audio is on, because I'm pausing the audio or muting the audio, and I'm going to need to unmute it when I get back. So, yeah. What's up, guys? How are you guys doing today? Welcome back. Welcome back from me. For people that are here, I appreciate you guys for sticking around for so long. Honestly, it's been like a few hours, but maybe not a few hours, maybe like an hour or so. But still, it's been a while, and we haven't been down here or on here. So I appreciate you guys for being here and seeing what's going on with the market. I don't know what type of movement we've seen in the last hour, but we're going to talk about it. So if you guys could make sure you hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and hit that notification bell for more of these videos. Let me unpin this message, and then also unpin the poll. Right, we're going to end this poll and see where that ended. I'm also going to add in my other pinned message, and we'll go there. Whoops, I went to my own channel. All right. So while we're waiting for maybe some people to get back into the swing of things and logged in and whatnot, you lost your iPhone at Hershey Park. So on Storm Runner, Storm Runner is a. I wish that we could have rode Storm Runner. I think we only rode all of the Hershey level rides because Harper is only a Hershey height. She's not a Twizzler height yet. So I can't wait until she gets to that point. Maybe next summer. I don't know. She might grow pretty fast. You never know. But that sucks that you lost your phone at Hershey. Um, but what was I gonna do? I was gonna do something. I can't remember what I was gonna do. Oh, I think I needed to send pictures to Erica. Let me see, because we got a few good ones. Give me a second. While we're waiting, make sure you guys hit that like button. We'll do that. I'll delete that one. And delete this one. Um, that lady's funny. Okay, let me share these with Erica. Wrong number. Just, how do I have two numbers in here for her? All right. Yeah, make sure you guys hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's see where the market is right now. So currently, the market is standing at a $3.84 trillion market cap. It is down by 3%. We're seeing Bitcoin that's at 111,000, Ethereum at $4,639, down about 2.5%. XRP that's at $2.95. BNB that's slightly up. Solana that's down by about 3.5%. We have Tron that's at down 3%. We have Dogecoin down 4%, Cardano down 3%, Chainlink down about 5%, Stellar's down about 3%, 5% for SUI, 5.5% for Bitcoin Cash, 6.7% for Litecoin. I want to see that thrive. Obviously, I think Litecoin's going to be worth a lot more than where it is, but down about 6% today. Uniswap also down by 6.5 or 6.6%. So definitely some negativity in the market for sure today. How crap is XRP? Even hit $4 in 2025. Could be worse. Could have bought lots of YFI. Remember this bloke saying 8 months back Luna was going to $1. How's that How's that going, dude? Um, so it's going just fine. Everybody's path is going to be different. Every position's path is also going to be different. So how's it going for me? I've been up since it was at 6-0. So I've been up this entire time. No matter how low it actually gets, I'm going to be positive on things. And when I first started talking about it, um, we've all been positive that we've been investing into it. Obviously, as time goes on, the prices go up and people invest a little bit higher, but it doesn't matter, right? I still believe Terra Luna Classic is going to be worth a lot more. Um, and I mean, I have no shame in saying it, right? But a lot of other people will have a ton of shame when things do get to higher levels. Talking about how XRP won't even hit $4 in 2025, and then when it does hit $4, and it's like okay, um, and then also YFI is going to be worth a lot more. If I could and would have bought a ton of YFI, I would have, right? Um, but I bought 5 of them. I wish I would have bought 10. I wish I honestly would have continued. I don't have the money now to like throw a lot in there because it's lower than my cost basis. Um, but if I did have that money at that time, and even now, I would buy more Wi-Fi for sure. Where do you live, Matt? I live in Pennsylvania. More of the eastern side of Pennsylvania. Um, Good morning, Matt. Good morning to the group. Good morning to you as well, Dream Create. I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. Wishing everyone a great day. Yeah, I mean, the markets aren't looking fantastic today. I can definitely say that for sure. But, we're always wishing for profits. That's all I want to see is just a ton of profits for everyone, right? I'm able to make money consistently while everybody else is just like, oh, this guy doesn't know, or not everybody, but some other people are like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't make any money. And I consistently make money, whether it's leverage trading that's more short term, leverage trading that's long term, whether it's XRP and growing 500%, whether it's JasmyCoin and growing 500%, whether it's, um, GME that grew by a ridiculous amount. I was able to profit off of a $3,000 or $2,000 investment, make $25,000. I'll take that any day of the week, right? When you talk about Terra Luna Classic and how much I was able to gain there percentage wise, as well as how much I'm going to gain in the future, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm happy with that. Um, when you talk about OKB and the play that I just called recently, seeing that at $95 and getting all the way up to $200+ is insane. It's absolutely phenomenal, and many people have made money off of that as well. There's just so many opportunities that I've been a part of that I've been able to profit from that um, people just want to hate on the person, and it's fine. You know, if you hate the fact that I'm making money, just say that you hate the fact that I'm making money because I've been able to profit heavily out of my investments consistently, not just from YouTube, right? I can show you the last couple of months I've made I don't know $1,000 on YouTube versus the previous months making 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 20, right? And that's just from like YouTube revenue, but we're talking about my main source of income is now coming from the investment side that I'm able to make a boatload of money per month to just pay bills as well as reinvest from the investment side. That's how you know that you're doing something right. That's how you know that you have something working for you, and it feels great. So think whatever you want. Make sure you guys hit that like button. What we're going to do is we're going to go until about 10 o'clock. We're going to see what's happening in the market. If there's anything new that's happening, feel free to let me know if you have any new projects that you're interested in or any news that's going on. When it comes to targets, though, I like to search up XRP news and see what type of predictions that people have. You got XRP. Um, I live in West Virginia. That sparked my Hershey Park trip. I live in uh, I live in Tennessee, between Nashville and the. So you live in are you saying West Virginia when you say WV? Because it's not capital. I don't know if you lived in West Virginia. Why is that tied together with Hershey? Yeah, we're like 50 minutes away from Hershey, so we have season tickets for Hershey Park and um, love it. We go there every single year, multiple times a year. Oh, West Virginia. Okay, yeah, that's great. Yeah, Hershey Park is fantastic. Some of the rides are really good. Did you ride Wildcats Revenge? Because that ride is phenomenal, especially if you're in the back row. If you're in the back row, and you ride that, you're probably gonna have to take like a good 10-minute break afterwards because you get absolutely whipped around, and the the corkscrews and like all of that stuff. It gets you. The ride is so fun. It's probably the most fun in the front because you don't get whipped around as much and you get to experience all of it obviously as the front row. But the back row, if you're looking for speed and adrenaline rush and just like the shaking of the head, yeah, the back row is it. But yeah, I would think that is probably the best ride that they have there. That and I love Candemonium as well. I think it's the closest amusement park to Martinsburg, West Virginia. Really? I mean, I'm not good geography wise, like not good at all, but I would think that West Virginia is a little bit more south, right? A little bit more south. If I'm wrong, please tell me. It might not be. It might be more. It um, it might be a little bit south, but a little bit more west. If I might be wrong. Again, I'm horrible with geography, but my first thought would be like, oh, you're closer to Disney, but that's probably not the case because Virginia has Busch Gardens. Not West Virginia, but Virginia has Busch Gardens. Busch Gardens is we were there like 2 years ago, and that place was fun. Yeah, again, I'm horrible with maps. I feel very bad with uh huh. Let me see, let me see. Oh yeah, I guess it is. But no, you probably have Busch Gardens as closest. It's like right. I mean, unless Busch Gardens is like more like east. That's what I would think. But again, that's just I'm not good geographically. Um, um, I've been throwing a little money. I've been throwing a little money here and there at Harmony One. They don't talk on X or post videos. Um, well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't know what that is, but I've heard about it a couple of times. But if you've been putting a little bit of money here and there on it, there has to be a main reason as to why. If you could explain like why you decided to put that on that position because everybody has their own reasons, right, to why they would want to do it and what they see within it. And I'm not obviously going to throw any shade to anybody's positions that they want to buy because anything, absolutely anything, can break out. And I've seen the worst things break out. So anything that has any utility or any reason to hold it, I can understand. When it comes to XRP and the price predictions, right? Let's go through this. They eye a $5 to $8 target as I don't know what they were saying. So Fed dovish. Fed dovish turns lifts XRP towards $3.10. Analysts eye $5 to $8 target. Let me see. Regulatory clarity following Ripple's litigation outcome continues to support institutional flows, while analysts now point to ambitious $5 to $8 target should XRP break decisively above near-term resistance. So let's see. I was going to go into the technical analysis, but let's dive into news background. No. Price action summary. Sure. XRP climbed 3% during the 24-hour period of August 23rd at 3 o'clock to August 24th at 2 o'clock p.m., rising from $3.02 to $3.09 before consolidating back at $3.02. The token traded in at 9-cent band, peaking $3.09 on elevated $58.8 million worth of volume. Volume well above the 24-hour average of 33.2 million. What are they talking about here? Because that's not nowhere near the level of volume that you end up seeing. Are we talking about a different? Resistance remains firm at $3.08 to $3.09, defined by a high volume rejection during the midnight rally. Support solidified around $3 after multiple bounces with above average participation. Volume spikes confirm institutional flows with $27 million worth of XRP reported transacting in 1 minute. Wow. The chart structures resembles double bottom and symmetrical triangle patterns, which analysts suggest could extend gains towards $3.30 and if breached, open a path to $5 to $8. Now, open a path, right? If breached, could open the path of $5 to $8. Doesn't mean that it will get there. Doesn't mean that it's 100% confirmed that we will see that happen. It just means that you have the path, you have the opportunity to get to those levels. What traders are watching, whether $3 holds at a durable floor during profit-taking phases, a decisive breakout above $3.30 resistance as the trigger for high range targets, Fed policy trajectory ahead of September, rate cuts confirmation. Rate cut confirmation would likely sustain flows into risk assets, whale wallet accumulation and on-chain settlement volumes, which spiked 500% to 844 million earlier this week. Our broader correlation with equities and lower yields continue to push crossover flows or inflows into digital assets. Just to kind of throw that out there, a little bit of a prediction to talk about getting it to some of these levels that we have as, price targets, right? When are we going to hit our price targets of $5, of $7, of $8, or whatever? We know that those things are happening. Swift endorses GBBC's blockchain collaboration for institution. XRP opportunity epic chains. Reward asset boom. Interesting. Ripple's $200 million stablecoin bet. Can it push XRP's price to $4? I think we will see it. it was big until it was hacked. I was going to ask you if you had any information on them, um, but you already answered me. It's cool. I don't have much information on them. I think there might have been a conversation or two in the past, but I haven't heard much about it. This is the first time I've heard about it in a while. Hmm. One reason why now is the time to buy XRP. A lot of people talking about XRP at the moment. So how are your guys' investments looking? I know I haven't spent a crazy amount of time doing live streams lately, and I want to spend more and more time doing this. So kind of every day we're gonna try and hop on here, depending on the situation. I mean, especially on Wednesdays, I should be able to be live pretty much the entire time, rather than taking a break in between to get the kids on the bus. um, but we'll also see the situation when it comes to you know uh, if they get on the bus a lot sooner, if the bus moves a lot faster. Today was the first day, so um, things a little bit shaky with trying to get people seated on the bus and getting them in their specific spots. Okay. So let's see if there's anything notable happening right now. I think what I want to do is I want to try and find maybe some gems, some things that look pretty interesting, but not necessarily a guaranteed like play. Just something that may have a little bit of volume. You're seeing a lot of volume. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. Honestly, it just matters about whether we're going to see uh, some of the pieces that I like to look at. I mean, maybe I can filter it completely and kind of have like a little bit of a scanner in a way to break that down. So maybe I want to look for a market cap, a maximum market cap of, let's say, about 200 um 200 million. Maximum market cap of 200 million. um I want to see a higher amount of volume, right? Price change. I don't care about the price change, but what I want to see is um 24-hour volume. I would like to see it above um maybe above 50 million. We'll try that and we'll probably change it out. I don't care about the age. I don't care about the volume change. Um, Something like that. So what this will give me is market caps that are pretty low, have a decent amount of volume in the top 500. And the one thing that I want to look at mainly in these positions here is one, that it's going to be a maybe something that has utility, has some sort of use to it in a large way, but then also the circulating supply. The circulating supply needs to be majority out there. We can't look at this and go, okay, 20% of the supply is out there. Yes, it's at a $200 million market cap, but that could turn into, a $25 million market cap very quickly. It could turn into a $50 million market cap very quickly. And that means that it could be that it could stay at a $200 million market cap, but that price could drop by a lot. Right? $200 million is how much it's worth, but they add all that supply. All of a sudden, now you're dividing this $1 price by 5, because you have 20%, and that's how that goes, where you're only going to look at about 20 cents per coin. So it's not going to benefit you in the long term if you have any type of supply that is yet to be like completely released. I also want to kind of scratch out anything that is a meme coin, because meme coins really do function a lot based on popularity, and you see a lot of that volume. I want to sort it by that volume. So you have things like 48 Club Token, which has about $2.8 billion worth of volume. That's a little bit shaky. I don't know. That doesn't really add up to have that much volume and that little market cap. So I'm going to leave that go. To look at things like Wayfinder. What's Wayfinder? It's sitting with $590 million worth of volume with a $111 million market cap. Majority of the supply is still available, so I'm not going to be looking at that. Well, 32% of the supply is in circulation. Same thing goes for milk. Seeing a lot of volume, but can't do it. Spark, that does look a little bit interesting with a $240 million worth of volume. The issue, again, the supply. 16% of that supply is out there. Can't have that. So I'm continuing to looking for Book of Meme. That is a meme coin. It still shows its level of popularity. So for me, I might have to consider making a move, because I already bought $4,000 worth. If I buy, and that was at 1 cent. So if I buy $2,000 worth, I can get $1 million if I truly believe in it. I'll have to think about that. I really have to think about it. Because meme coins are very risky, but I do see the promise in the short-term growth of that. Let's see. You got Bedrock, which is the supply. These supplies are bothering me. Can I filter it for the supply level? I can't look at the supply at all. Because that supply, when you see majority of that supply that's still out there, it just doesn't do anything for you. Ontology. That looks pretty interesting. $437 million market cap, or volume day with about a $200 million market cap. Last 24 hours, it is up 47%. I don't like to see that. But it still could show a lot of promise, right? $200 million market cap can go so much further. Now, why are you seeing that much? Probably because it was released on an exchange, right? So I just wanted to see the market cap history of all time. So this was at a $10 price point. Drop down, I would imagine all the supply was released, and that's what it looks like, right? You have a higher point here, a $2.19 billion market cap. While this is sitting at about a $2.60 price. So majority of that supply did get released throughout time, which means that now you have it fully diluted. And with it being fully diluted, what markets is available on? Binance, MEXC, crypto.com, so I would be able to get it there. Binance.us, you have OKX, you have 109 different pairings that are there. So it does show that it has a little bit of popularity. We'd just like to see it on Coinbase, at least for me. But the volume is up 4,856%. You don't typically see that level of volume. So what's the opinion on this? The opinion on this is that it looks like it has a decent amount of promise. It just depends on what it does and how far you can go with it. Project designed to bring trust, privacy, and security to Web3 through decentralized identity and data solutions. It is building the infrastructure to provide trusted access to Web3, allowing individuals and enterprises to rest assured that though regulatory compliant digital identity solutions, users and their privacy come first. Blockchain is high speed, low cost public blockchain. It is designed to bring decentralized identity and data solutions to Web3 with the goal to increase privacy and transparency and trust. So it looks pretty interesting. Honestly, this kind of fits the mold of what I was looking for. if I was looking to make an investment into those things, ONT. Let's see if ONT is available over here on BTCC. Probably not, but there's a chance. It is. I might have to do a longer term investment with this. Where are we sitting at? Let's look at ONT compared to where we just were. I know it just grew by 50 something percent. I know it just grew by 50 something percent looking at that. So it grew from a 13 cent, 15 cent level to a 20 cent level, 22. And now we're starting to see maybe a little bit of a downturn. What I could look for is a 2x leverage, I think, in something like this. I would probably do, yeah, you know what? I would do a 2x leverage as of right now. It's kind of broken out too much. So I wouldn't do a crazy leverage and it's kind of chasing it. But I would do a 2x leverage with about 400, at 300. $300, meaning that my overall amount that I would get, say it's about 3,000. I could do that at a 2x leverage, or I could fight it a little bit more and get it at a 5x leverage. But if I do it at a 5x leverage, what's the price that it comes down to? Currently at 20 cents. It would be a 5% drop, or is it 10%? Sometimes I get these things mixed up in what the percentages are, because a 100x leverage means that it drops by 1%. A 20x leverage means that if it drops by 5%, then I lose everything. A 10x leverage is if it drops by 10%. A 5x leverage is if it drops by 20%. So 20% would be 20% of that would be down to 16, right? This is kind of a chase at this moment. This is definitely a chase, which I don't normally do. But I want to do about $300 at a 5x leverage, and then I have something else to see that kind of grow a little bit further. It's a little bit tricky to say that I want to do, because this is primarily a chase from 23 cents, especially with the fact that the market is coming down. If the market is coming down, we know that we're going to see it maybe at this level of 18 cents. So maybe I should set it to where the entry point, I just don't want to miss a position. But missing a position, what is that? If I miss a position, do I lose anything? I just lose the opportunity. If I lose the money, or I get a position and I lose the money, then I lost the money, right? Opportunity versus money, it might be a tricky situation. So I might have to go when it gets down to about 18.5. Let me look at it a little bit cleaner. Because right now it's touching it keeps going and bouncing off of the 200 EMA, getting down or close to it and bouncing off of it and breaking out. And right now it's down to it again, but it's looking like it's about to surpass it to kind of push to the 200 EMA, which would be about a 19 level, or potentially down to the 18 level. It's kind of what I'm looking for. It looks like it's kind of done stair stepping up, especially with the downturn in the entire market. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for another level, not a crazy level, but I'm going to look for an 18. I'm pinching pennies here. It's currently at 2021, and it's kind of bouncing just a little bit. I don't want to miss that opportunity, but I also don't want to just jump into an opportunity because it's running. Right? I see the long-term moves in it. I see where it could go. Um, so I want to see, huh, I guess I want to see the 16 price, which I don't think it's going to get down to that point, but there's always a chance. It's just, I don't know why it's breaking out. Why are we seeing that breakout? It's now fighting with the yellow zone. This is 2 hours ago. The asset has already doubled from the buy signal, combined with extreme fear, which historically has been a great opportunity. And close above the yellow zone will be positive for it. Okay, but what's the reason? Uh, just hit 52%. Trading is after touching a key signal for the RSI pushing above. Okay, I don't care about your I want to know why we're seeing this movement. Again, I like to know a lot of information before I decide to dive in. When is Japan going to make the switch to Ripple? Also, what are your thoughts on what could happen when Japan switches to Ripple? Well, any type of adoption in Ripple should have a major effect in XRP. I'll just say that, right? Let's not just focus on one thing, right? Because that's all short term, right? I have some short term profits that technically should be long term, classified as long term, but any type of adoption, any type of connection, any type of partnership will create, um, whether it's like right away or whether we see it, happen or there's some sort of lag behind it, we will see a major pickup for XRP and for Ripple with anything that happens. Huh. So yeah, this is up 50%. But again, I want to see it kind of pull back to about the 200 EMA. So I'll probably go 19.3. So it'll be a limit order at 19.3. $19.3, and that's going to be a 5x leverage sitting with $300. So we're going to open that or try to open it. I don't know if it'll come back to 19.3, but we will see. I feel like with all the movement that we've seen, there's a potential chance to have that happen. I feel like 19.3 is not too far away from where it is right now, which is, 20.28, right? 20.8 cents. And I think we can see a lot more than where this stands over time, but I just want to find the right price. And I think 19.3 is probably that good price. I think it still has a chance to come back even further to 18, maybe even further than that. But I want to kind of catch the pullback based off of that reaction because this is not enough. I don't think to 20 is enough. From 22 or 23 down to 20, I don't think that's enough. You're looking at less than 20%. Typically, you see a 25% pullback when they reach their highs, right? So, looking for that. So I'm probably gonna go 19.3 at $300, open long, and that should be utilizing some trade history. Let's go to open orders. So we have this 5x leverage on this play. I'm going to add a stop loss. I have to add a stop loss 100%. Cannot find a way to not add a stop loss. I'm going to be looking at about what? This is a 5x leverage, so what, 20%? So if I'm buying at 19, when the price hits 15, the estimated P&L will be $305 worth of a loss. That's if that happens. However, as we see the 5x leverage and we see it move forward, and let's say it does get to 50 cents. 50 cents would be, oh, that's $50. 0 point would be a 2,400% gain. However, I would probably look for more than that. $50 looks great, right? 393,000 sounds good to me, but it's not happening. So I'm going to confirm that. And if we do see it come down to about 15, again, that's where I plan on adding a little bit more of a leverage. We'll see as that time comes to it. But once this gets filled, if this does get filled, there's a chance that it might not. There's a chance that it might not get filled at all. But that's a good play, right? That's what I'm talking about. These are the things that I like to look for, right? When I look for ontology, I see the volume, I see the market cap, and we kind of grow from there. We move from there. I wish I could save that as like a scanner, because it's always great to kind of break those things down to know what has high volume, what has a low market cap, what has potential chance to run, you know? Oh, we got memories. And we all love memories. Um, but yeah, I think that's pretty much it. That's all I got for you guys. I really don't have much else. Um, I probably will search through the markets a little bit more. I mean, you could have found through trending coins what's trending, but you also aren't dealing with a decent amount of volume from there. I mean, I want at least I don't want a crazy amount of volume, right? I want a decent amount of volume, something that can show me that it has popularity, and then also that it hasn't like fully broken out yet. I was thinking about Jasmy until it takes off. You were thinking about Jasmy until it takes off. Like investing into it. Well, yeah, there's a lot of opportunity there because it's still only at 1.5, 1.6 cents. Um, there's a lot of opportunity. And I have some short-term plays like leverage trades, and I also have the long-term trades, which are the long-term investments, which is my million that I have. Also, I want to see what's happening in the stock market. It looks like this, as far as my investments, my ETFs and everything, the market is down by about 0.26% for me, or about $500. Yeah, but I think we'll end it somewhere around here. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Anybody sticking around for such a long time and chatting with me and whatnot. I appreciate you guys a lot. I'm going to check to see what videos I can create, as well as maybe go and update and upload some things on my other channel. But I do appreciate you guys a lot, not quite a bit, but a lot for being here, chatting, liking, subscribing, checking out the link. If you guys want to trade ONT yourself, like you find the value in it, it has just broken, I believe, the what is that, the 50 moving average. So seeing that could potentially bring it down to the 200 EMA. But if you guys want to trade ONT yourself, you can utilize my link for BTCC down below, where you get a 10% deposit bonus and extra bonuses up to $10,055. You can also get 40% lower trading fees, and you can trade up to a 500x leverage if you want to. On ONT, I believe you can trade up to a 20x. Is that right? Up to a 50x leverage on it if you wanted to. But again, I did a 5x leverage. It gives you 20% room, where you can be wrong for 20% before you lose everything. If you do a 500x leverage, you can be wrong by 0.2% and then you lose everything that you invested. So that's a little bit risky. And by a little bit risky, it's a lot risky. It does look like it is pulling back. That's good to see. I probably could have taken a short as well, just to kind of supplement things. And I could have made money off of that short on the way down. But I decided not to make that move. So I'm waiting for it to come back down to about the 200 EMA. And then that's where I will hopefully get filled at. That would be amazing. Didn't think it would come down this fast. Thought it would like kind of trickle down and have multiple 5-minute candlesticks. But this is all happening within one 5-minute candlestick. So it's very, very interesting. It might end up getting filled, which is fine. If I get filled and it continues to drop, that's perfectly fine. Because again, my selling point, or not selling point, but stop loss is down here at this level, at the 15.4 level. So we'll stay on here. We'll see if this gets filled within the next few minutes, and then we'll get off of here if this does get filled. I feel like there's not a significant point to stop here besides that 200 EMA. Now it could definitely break through the 200 EMA, but it should not stop where it stopped, right? It shouldn't stop right here because there's no significant points to tell it to stop at those points. So we'll probably see it continue to go, continue to fall, and I hope that 19.3 is a good level. So I guess maybe not. Maybe it's not going to get filled in this next 5 minutes. But if you guys could hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. See ya.